Hello, what's this? What's this? We had it just a moment ago. OBS is funny sometimes. Hey ZS, how's it going? We are continuing some Songs of Six. Of course, with our Hexagons, aka BESTagons. They were the worst of Gons, they were the best of Gons. Wait, BESTagons, worst of Gons. This is what we have cooking. With this game, I am enthralled by... So there's like two kind of modes of efficiency in this game. I think that, like, the stacking of modifiers and then specializing and then going out and doing stuff on the map and conquering people and having them send you stuff, I think this is just way more efficient than, like, any type of optimization you could really do in your base. But I do find an aesthetic pleasure in trying to build a better layout in terms of reducing walking time, and diagonals are efficient. And you produce a ton of diagonals when you have hexagons. The problem is you don't have as much left to right action, but with our housing system here, we have a road in the middle here, so effectively up-down is pretty efficient because it just does a few diagonals, and then left-right, at least at the level of this, is pretty efficient. And so that's kind of what we have cooking. We do get a vroom vroom pretty early in the stream here. Griswell, thank you for the resub. 6 months, wowza. Happy Saturday indeed. Happy Saturday. Happy to be playing with the Hexagons. And so this is kind of what we're cooking up right now, is a little bit of a colony. We are starting to get in on a couple things for the production of grain things that we are specializing in. We're starting to get a little bit of innovation, courtesy of our laboratory, and we're starting to get a few murders, which is fun. The whole family can enjoy. There are the people who were murdered. So, you know, pull up a seat. We're gonna have to light up this area as well. I think that this is generally something we have to work towards, and we don't have a laboratory yet. People have not yet begun shitting their brains out. And we were kind of trying to think of where we're supposed to put it. The chat was of the opinion last stream that this would have to be duplicated on this side. That the coverage wasn't good enough to cover the entire housing circle. And that might be true. I don't know if all of it needs to get covered, but that makes it so that we would not want to repeat or not want to cover any of this area with our bathrooms. I think we'll let this stuff get constructed, actually the entire hexagon, and kind of see where we're at from there. So we'll activate that. We're also digging into the mountain here, which is a slow process, so... Does spacebar pause this game? I thought it did. Okay, we can use that. Joel's gamer by night, city planner by day. Trying to be. The humans, we also are going to try and see if we can get births to increase their population more so than importing them. Should maybe, yeah. The thing is, right now they have no services to, services access to bathrooms specifically. That's something we have the technology for. We have the technology, we can bathroom them. We could also build a bathroom right here. I'm actually leaning towards right here, so maybe let's get started on that. We also want a shrine. I think we could put a shrine in the middle. and have this be decent. And we did have plans for doing some of this action on either side. Maybe plant that down. Oh, we want to have this in planning. And then get the religion. We're gonna choose the religion that brings us production, which I think is a Thuri. And people will convert. They will repent. I don't think we generally see them fully saturating services anyways. Like ever. I don't think we need like the biggest. We could fit the biggest. I think this will do. And we'll put it here so we'll have room for some other stuff to go in the middle. We'll activate this one so that they can get started. We also took the liberty of... We have this stone hauler that's fetching the stone. We allowed this workshop to pull from the stone hauler. Looking like there's not... employees there. Let's get some employees for our warehouses. Someone... chat was arguing, and I don't know the answer. Which is always painful when chat's arguing, when Mummy and Daddy are arguing, and we don't have the answers, Sway. Whether or not it's better to use haulers, or just the things. Yes, thank you for the Prime sub, much appreciated, my guy. Hello, Generous, I think there's a mistake in your title. Everyone knows that Pentagons are the BESTagons. Can we have one of the moderators time this guy out, please? Spreading propaganda and falseness? You mean you want to build a lavatory? We want to build a laboratory. We're going to be shitting and doing research. It's cutting edge technology. It's called synthesis, baby. I don't know where I'm going with that shitpost, honestly. Synergy. Yeah, everyone knows that laboratories and lavatories have always been destined to be merged together. There's nothing that complements science more than poor hygiene. Yeah, these guys are having some issues. Dee Dee, get out of my laboratory! Alright. Which, honestly, that's kind of a fair crash out. I'm gonna be real. That's fair. I think we want more services than that. Hey, thank you for the 20,000 KRW. What currency is that? South Korean won. Thank you so very much, my guy. Hello, one, is there something unique about Songs of 6 that makes it worth it if you already played RimWorld? As someone who doesn't play RimWorld and isn't an expert on this genre, I don't know the answer to this question. I have been told that RimWorld is more, a little bit more focused on your colonies, and what Songs of 6 is focused on is kind of semi-military expansion in the overworld map. And so I do think that there are points of difference, but you can't track individuals' progress in your colony as much as far as I understand. This type of thing. 2, in your opinion, what is the best military nation in EU5? It's a complicated question. Because just being able to hire a ton of mercs is really, really valuable, but mercs eventually run dry, especially if multiple people are doing it, so mercs are, like, worse in multiplayer than they are in single player. Just on its face, Prussia has an enormous amount, though, of discipline bonuses. I think the Ottomans have 2 discipline bonuses plus a bunch of damage bonuses for various unit types. For half the game, Biz has the best unit. Because their heavy cavalry is, like, the best heavy cavalry, and it's not close, and they do so much morale damage. Assuming you're asking about regulars, it's probably Biz. In the first 3 ages. And maybe Prussia after that. 3, what is the best production eco-nation in the EU5? It depends how much exploits you're going to use. You can get an enormous amount out of stuff, so, I think I would... Production. England has tooling bonuses, and I think cloth and fine cloth bonuses, which I think is probably better than the generic 10% prod efficiency that a lot of other countries get. Flanders has some of the better cloth production bonuses. So specifically production, maybe kind of some of those are what you would be looking at. I think having a more powerful trade bonus is more important, though. Wow, this fits so nicely, man. Actually, we could probably shrink this. And I think Novgorod has bonuses, and Venice has bonuses, and yeah, I would just generally be more, probably put a greater emphasis on trade, although some have both trade and prod bonuses. All of this is, like, complicated by the fact that you could do formation chains. And sometimes some stuff is also just, like, more important than other stuff. First time playing, Song 6 is great for gems, surpassed Dwarf Fortress for me, probably till Magic comes out. Someone in chat was asking about RimWorld vis-a-vis this game. You might have more insight on it. I haven't played Dwarf Fortress in such a long time. RimWorld cares about individual entities in an RPG way, so we're saying individual boys. Basically, if you wanted to keep expanding your base in RimWorld, 6 would be the way it would go. This sounds similar to... I've heard it described, yeah. Which, This is, like, points of difference between the various city builder games is not going to be as much my purview, or something I can expand upon. But we are expanding the space with the BESTagons. It was the best of Gons, it was the worst of Gons. So we do have 29 odd jobbers, and we're ready to let more people in. These guys are getting religion in their life. As we get more humans, we are going to up the laboratory jobs to the amount of humans we have. We're just letting them be born, though. But we're gonna, like, lose humans, too. Let's see. Currently we have 20 farmers and 9 bakers. The Crotonians should be prioritized to doing that, so everything else should be the Dondorians. So they'll be most of the odd jobbers as well. I do think we need to unlock the training facility. Which is weird because we can unlock improved training, but we don't have the training facility yet. We might just have to save up innovation for a library. Sounds like I have a new game to bet. Yeah, so maybe this will help out. This is like the overworld map, and you can subjugate these guys. And this is like, you get a lot of efficiency through subjugation and stacking technology and like only emphasizing like one part of your place and like trying to trade to resolve that. Oh no, this guy wrongfully died. How did he die? Killed in a brawl. Killed in a brawl. You hate to see it. Let's try and... Hey, thank you for the 50,000 KRW. Much appreciated, my guy. Wowza. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the explanations. I was just wanting to build things and watch building profit numbers go up. Hopefully military video someday after Merc slot meta gets sorted or something. I'm not, thank you so very much. I kind of like the Merc slot meta, to be honest. I see that as being less a military issue and more like an economic issue. I think that, mercs are dying for the sins of the economy. We're looking for decorations. And, like, the real issue is that some of these OPMs just have, like, infinite money. In my mind, this is, like, the issue. More so than... I wonder how much space we should have between lighting. I mean, 5 seems okay. Like, the problem to me is that the cache is basically infinite for some of these, like, OPMs, and they don't have... there's not a system by which money gets sunk, really. That guy got sunk. And also, maybe you should not be able to hire super far range. Mercs should also just have some ways in which they are worse. In my video where I was proposing military equipment or this type of thing, I think that mercs should, if you are near a force that's way stronger than yours, be very likely to desert. Oh no, that's not what we wanted. The mercs should be way more likely to desert. We do not want a humidifier. Yikes. And also, if you have pillaging and looting, mercs should be spend a longer time pillaging and looting. Like, they should have disadvantages that are relative to the fact that they are in it for money and they are not, like, regular soldiers, nor the people who just trying to get back to their homes or whatever. Girona. It's always the talk about slowing the eco, but it's hard for Paradox to balance the fun of the eco. Yeah, this is actually just a very difficult problem. I think they have to try and ground things, and it seems that they... Based on, like, the way that I see changes happening, that doesn't seem to be a priority, or that doesn't seem to be, like, something that, is really, like, in the forefront of their minds regarding systems. But I think that the fact that there's, like, a bunch of incinerators, and then there's a bunch of creation, makes it so that if you understand the incinerators and the money creation, you just basically, like, go infinite. And let's offset this by 1. So we're gonna start having some decent lighting in areas that are getting a lot of foot traffic here. Hopefully. Okay. What was I just saying? Yeah, the issue is that there are, like, new players who are struggling, and then there are experienced players for whom money is effectively, like, free. And I think that this is a tough combination to balance for Paradox, because if they nerf the economy overall, right, then things will be really rough for the, like, inexperienced player. But if they speed it up, the experience, like, for people who understand what they're doing, will be rough. Like, one of the things is, like, you get so much value from dumping sliders. So, sliders need to be, like, more muted in their cost and their effect. And if you make them more muted in their cost, then money becomes very free. So you have to reduce some of the free money modifiers. So, like, you could make it so that prod efficiency... You just cut all the prod efficiency in half. And then what you could do is, on top of that, you make it so that actual buy orders are created by the money spent, so that's not an incinerator. And then also make people pay the full cost of maintenance on buildings, or make it so someone has to pay, but make it so the estates can partially pay. What's the biggest Songs of Six city you got up to? Not very big. It's a little bit tough. I think that I start getting a little slow when it starts getting to scaling. Right now we're trying to be a little bit conservative in some aspects here. But I think, yeah, we should maybe just, like, let it rip. We'll authorize Dondos up to 120. We're trying to head off some calamity. The fact that we're just trying to make more of the humans be natural born, I think also helps. Wait, shouldn't some of these guys be native? We only let 20 in, initially. But we have to get enough innovation to get up there. Okay, maybe we allow 30 total in. And because they're much better at the knowledge work. And then in the lab, we can then build a library, and then with the library we can get some of the research we need so we can home grow pops a little bit better. So we allowed 30 more guys into our city. We have plenty of housing, and now we have a lot of odd jobbers. So hopefully some of these things that we're trying to get built, get built. Oh, people are dying. Not like this. We also want to start getting clothing at some point. I'm not sure if we're supposed to source that ourselves or import cotton. I imagine we're supposed to do the production ourselves because dwarves are pretty good at clothing production. One funny thing, I don't think we can skip paying the mercenaries, and it's historically one of the big problems. I think they should be more expensive too, yeah. No one talks about looting is dead unless you have 0.5 income. Yes, and it's also only scales with, like, noble buildings, which I think doesn't... I think it should, like, scale with, like, development or whatever. Merc costs should go up the more you hire. The issue of infinite... And more should be available, like, the more demand there is. There should be, like, supply and demand kind of push-pull. You can go nearly any setup for wealth creation if you understand the incinerators and make bank. Yeah. But, like, it's also just, like, just nerfing the economy is not a very good solution. Right? These guys are gonna dig in to there pretty well. We're trying to work our way over here. And you can see if we hover these, kind of have a good thing going. Or the stone's just a little further over. We will make this a hollow hexagon. We're doing this because we're out of stone, and this is the digging into the mountains the way that we could get stone at this current juncture. Oh, I'm having like brain lag here. regards to how, if I'm supposed to start here or here. I mean, this is 2 down, and then there's 1 over, so I think I'm supposed to start not here, but 1 to the side of it. And that's correct? That looks correct. Oh, it's not. Someone fucked up. I'm someone. God damn it. Okay. Is it here? No. Oh, was this fucked up? It's supposed to be 37 by 37 here, yeah. So this is correct. I really wish I could copy and paste the dig into mountain portion. I don't think I can. In one. Oh, this isn't what we wanted. There's 37. Then the next one over should be 39. Okay, yeah. And then the next one, 41. Oh, I could have messed up the alignment. There we go. And then we'll get started on that as well. And then I guess we wouldn't hate some actual roads to get down there. So if we have more odd jobbers, we can get through that faster. I don't know. Yeah, this needs stone. So it's just a matter of letting odd jobbers get through the stone that they have to do. Shouldn't the experienced player also be managed with the difficulty? Well, the idea is you want to kind of flatten, to some extent, I think, outcomes. Or you just make a game that you caters to experienced players, and if you don't know how to play, you just feel like you're getting whacked in the face. But, like, practically speaking, I don't think game design-wise that's necessarily very fulfilling. Right now, like, the more experienced player should be able to eke out better margins. Or just in the abstract, the more experienced player should be able to eke out better margins, and then from the better margins... be able to snowball and like this type of thing, but right now the margins are huge. I don't want to be that guy, but I'm gonna ask if you're gonna continue your Balkan tag slutting run. I'm not gonna release the episode today, but I almost have the second episode finished, and we're gonna be Byzantium in under 100 years. Since you're doing multi-race city, keep segregation in mind. Brawls kind of become an issue. Yeah, I need to figure out where I'm going to put all the humans. I think I have to put them down here somewhere. So I have to replicate this city area and copy that and put it down here and then keep all the humans distinct. But right now I'm keeping the humans somewhat over here, but it is causing issues. My plan was to just have enough of them come. Eventually it would get resolved by them just being native residents, if I recall correctly, because the humans are the issue more than the Dondos are. But they're so much better at the knowledge work. Which we've kind of decided to put over there. Did I place that right? Looks right. Okay, so... we are going to need to make libraries now. Do we have enough surplus workers to really feel good about libraries? No, I don't think so. We have a ton of food. The issue is we, like, want more Dondos. And the Dondos aren't too happy because the humans keep killing them. Yeah. It's kind of like, looks like RimWorld, what's it called? Songs 6. My liege, please use diagonal tool for your hexagons. It smooths out the edges. Use the diagonal tool for your hexagons. Like this? Saying if we do this, it gets smoother. I mean, I don't think we necessarily want smooth ones. If it's smooth, then it becomes like a square that's like rotated. Do you like the political influence previewed for 1.4? I thought about this a little bit, and I was reticent. I think that it is an improvement, and it is going to be better than using all the other things for mana, and just like let the other things be their thing. But I also think I was expecting or hoping for something that was a little bit more grounded, and I don't think the mana as a mechanic is like that grounded, and so I was a little bit disappointed because the scaling is funny too, because they didn't get around the funniness of scaling where you have some things that scale with the size of your economy in terms of value, and these are things that apply to your entire nation. So if you were to get a global production efficiency bonus, this would scale to your entire nation. So it makes sense that something like political influence, which is a cost for your entire nation, be used to cover this. But for something like an urban right, which only covers local production, this scaling is scaling with individual locations. And so practically speaking, what this means is that after you reach a certain size, you'll actually just never hand out urban rights. never mind that the cost that they have for the urban rights is really, really high. That can be changed. But the fact that the scaling is off, like, can't be changed. And I was also hoping for a system where it would, like, incur costs and have, like, a grounded economic cost, and instead it's you just get this mana from nowhere. Which is maybe fine, because you're not turning gold into other things, and maybe that's a little bit of a problem, but it makes it so that to the extent you were paying for sliders to be able to do these things with sliders, now you're not anymore. And so it disincentivizes sliders even more, and so it pulls you more towards this, like, strange gameplay pattern. So, like, while in isolation is good, like, I think the fact that there was an opportunity for, like, more grounded system, and that's not what we're getting. And it seems to me, just in general, that this is probably the overall trajectory for systems. You know, that we are moving in, like, a direction of, like, EU4 style solutions where a lot of things will be, like, modifier based rather than, like, systems based, and getting all the economic factors. You'll just have based on the Tinto talks before release, it seemed like they wanted a very grounded simulation, and that doesn't seem to be the case in terms of, like, their latest, like, designs when they are, like, releasing mechanics. And it seems like a little bit more like just a bunch of modifiers, kind of like how EU4 was, where there was, like, EU4 was a ton of systems, but none of them interconnected, really. And you would just get this massive, like, modifier soup. And that's kind of my concern, and so, like, while I think it's an improvement, it's, like, indicative of maybe some game design that I have issue with. Or not issue, but, like, I didn't play EU4, you know? And if there was, like, if EU5 turns into EU4 too, then I'm probably just gonna not be playing, which doesn't make it a bad game. I also think that, like, there's been, like, a lot of people in the community, who, I guess maybe it's not super frequent, I just, like, overly notice it, but they think that, like, they've criticized me specifically for being simulationist oriented, and I just, like, this is, like, just kind of what I think from a design perspective, but, and it's totally, like, within people's purview to, like, have a different opinion than mine, but, it might be the case that the larger community wants just, like, this, like, a bunch of modifiers, have the modifiers be big, not have a bunch of systems hooking together, and not have it be grounded, because it's whatever reasons, and so I don't think it's necessarily the case that, like, what I think is good is necessarily, like, good in the abstract. I think sometimes, like, ideas, it's like, okay, this is just clearly better, but this isn't, like, necessarily one of them. When Shiny's mom comes home and asks how his day, Shiny will be like, I worked hard to turn squares into six-sided geometric figures. Exactly. Can you widen hexagons with plus and minus, by the way? Oh my god, you can? Okay. That means we won't necessarily have to just keep copying and pasting the same hexagon. I think we will, though. I think it's easiest to do it when we have one of these corners. A block is out of place. Restart, please. No, no. Yeah, the whole soundtrack's 10 out of 10. I do like the soundtrack. By the way, you're building your rooms out of mud? Did not mean to. Thought we were building these all out of stone. This is not stone. Stone wall. Mud wall. Ah. we will have to refurbish eventually. Jesus. The Dondos really want to kind of increase their pop, though. So we'll let up to 150 come. We still want to be primarily Dondo. I think we have more than enough food. And this gives us training grounds. Perfect. Perfecto. So we can get these guard posts going. Also takes forever for your army to train up, so maybe we get started on that post-haste. Not sure where we want to put the training ground. I guess we could put it over here. If I recall correctly, yeah. Like one of these deals. Which means we're not putting a production thing here, but I think we're okay with the right hassle, or this just being services, just in general. The homie got murdered in his home. You hate to see it. We only do mud shit houses around here, songs of slums, been yelling about wood and stone for days, but the mud continues to pile up, not like this. Can we refurbish this all? Well, we don't have enough stone anyways, so... We'll put that on the back burner, aka never resolve it. Maybe we cancel some of these jobs. Actually. So that they'll do some of the digging ones. Because we just have a ton of lumber sitting out here. I tried playing this game for about 30 minutes, but couldn't get into it. Do you have any ultra beginner advice to help you get into actual gameplay instead of being overcome by the scale? Just like, so with games that are just very, very complicated, just like getting into it and like failing a bunch and then restarting is often like how you end up having to play. And so just like being prepared for having that be the experience, I would say. Looks like we have too much stuff. So that should allow the bread to start working again, which will bring down the grain and the etc. But we're not squeezed very much by food. We have way less food stores, but that's because our population's gone up. I think we're also going to come in here and increase this. And let's decrease the amount of charcoalers we have. Seems that we're producing quite a bit. And reduce the number of clay pitters we have, clay diggers. It seems like we have quite a bit. And we can get started on our library. And hopefully these guys start to accumulate a bunch of stone for us by digging out over here. I think it's kind of farther than what they want to dig, though, to be honest. We might have to put our finger on the scale a little bit. Just Get the shape layout first. And then of course this is going to be a door and this is going to be a door. This is 10. This is 5. In general, if I recall correctly, the stuff on the walls is just more efficient. Not sure this matters. Put it to the left in case we can delete some stuff to the right. Okay. Now for most of these, I think we can shrink the room there. I guess we maybe want to try and see what shelves we can get in. Yeah, we could shrink the room behind this even. Maybe something like this. Yeah, this feels so inefficient. This will only house up to 22 workers. This has to just be wrong in terms of how we're supposed to lay this out. There's a tool that makes roads visually diagonal. I think that's what he means. Oh. Alright, I'll try and take a look at it. Generalist and Mud, name a more famous duo. Not like this. Not like this. How are we supposed to make this better? This feels weird with our structure shape. I thought a bit about values. I think there's a major flaw in the game with the country. In the game, the country influences the values. IRL is the opposite. That creates some funny situations, like 100 free subjects early on. Yeah. I don't know, like, from a simulation perspective, the values should, like, emerge from, like, the material conditions, but, like, that's also too, like... I don't know, maybe that's, like, too complicated video game-wise, like, or something like this. We'll see where it goes. I like the U5 as kind of light sim. Yeah, I think that's kind of where a lot of other people are. I think I'm more, like, I want to see it pushed, like, how far it can go. Well, I think we for sure just shrink this a whole bunch. input like benches and decorations on the other side. Maybe this is the best we can do. God, it feels bad, but maybe it's not bad. I don't know. That sounds like cope. Pretty sure that's cope. First we cope, then we see. I don't think we need another door here. I guess we can have it just cause. I'm pretty sure you're like always able to get carpet coverage. I guess there's like kind of too much space being used in some spots. I don't know. I don't like this layout. This design feels bad. Hey TY, thank you for the $5 dono. Have you seen CK3's Silk and Silver upcoming DLC? It adds Merchant Republics, trade, and some basic supply and demand? Oh, that's interesting. I've not seen this. I generally don't keep up with CK news too much. Just, changing some laws doesn't make your society ultra-plutocratic or aristocratic. No, I mean, like, I think that... Yeah, see, this is, like, what I'm talking about. They could add, like, more hooks for the simulationist, like, stuff. And that doesn't seem... like what they want to do. I don't know. But like, I also could recognize and respect that the game that I want is maybe not actually the game that like other people want, and so I shouldn't. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm tired, boss. Do we not have enough space for carpet? We're one short. Cope and seethe, indeed. Alright. Is it actual one? Combing this over it, looking for any sort of yellow spot. We're one short. Alright. Alright. Wait, that wasn't enough. Oh! I deleted just carpet only, right? I didn't delete production there. Please tell me I didn't delete production. Okay, I just deleted carpet, right? Right? Oh, did I delete production? Well, we should have basically exactly enough carpet if I didn't delete production. I deleted production. Why, I was doing the undo click, why would it just delete actual literal everything? Holy shit. I'm gonna have a moment, man. Do we have enough space for this? The issue there is kind of lack of doorway. On the bottom right. Making people have to walk further to work. It's an intractable issue. We either get +1 or we don't. Italian troops consuming more water rations to cook pasta. Wasn't there a board game that did that? With like a North Africa thing? What's the idea with Hexagons design for roundness mainly? It's because diagonals are faster than going up and then to the left and this type of thing, and it leads to there being a lot more diagonals in the layout. You dare question the hexagon. Burn the heretic. Almost said the spaghetti thing. Isn't there some World War II game out there that had that? Yeah. It was a beautiful lab. It was until someone destroyed it. So yeah, we got extra stuff over here, but we're not gonna get it back here. Okay, so that gates us anyways. So that would not be possible. So then we could do this. We have one more worker than the previous layout. Everyone give a round of applause to the streamer. He's so handsome. He's so hot right now, Hansel. Oh, but this doesn't go through. There's no space for... There's no space for these guys to go through up, down. Hold your applause. It's like a maze. Maybe it's okay. I think it's okay. I could be wrong. This is the coping. The seething comes later. Alright. Do we have enough? Do not, but we can use this to get there, I think. No, we are one short. Okay, this is it. We will add another door. And call it friendo. We gotta find that diagonal smooth tool. Chat doesn't lose their mind. First we want to set up an import depot though. We'll accept fabric. Generals loves labs because they use mud to do science. The laboratories, right? E3, you could only change sliders once every 10 years or so, but I suspect people would not like that pacing. No, I mean, there was one aspect that they were... Yeah, so they're Omega slowing down pacing of handing out privileges by making it take 2 years to hand out a single privilege, right? With full accumulation, so if you're only using political capital in your nation, the entire nation's dedicated to this, for handing out privileges, you can do 2 a year. Same menu as copier and room copier? Okay. Got it. So what do we do? Like this? Should we just do that on everything? Doesn't really feel... Oh, I guess it is smoothing things out. Alright, we'll just do it on everything. I like it on the buildings, too. Still fighting Hexagons, still trying. Dream looks like a fever dream, or this game looks like a fever dream. Look at these shitters, though. It grounds in the reality of experience. All those people live in their lives. Frankly, I'd have preferred it if the sounds were more muted than they were, other than sounds like workshops being used and people talking to one another, or even people screaming. Yeah, basically you just don't want to hear the poops. Campaign for North Africa has that rule? Yeah, that seems like just a... I remember taking multiple sessions to play games of Risk. But, like, board game... The thing about board games is, like, often the objective's just, like, different. For, like... With board games, a lot of people want to play board games just to hang out, not, like, to play the game or whatever. Are you going to behave? We're not. Beehive? Not. We're not. We're not gonna beehive ourselves. Okay, we have a ton of odd jobbers. Relative. We have a bunch of extra knowledge, so we could start upgrading some things. Or unlocking things. What's most important? Well, we kind of want to get clothing being produced. I guess we don't have stages. Let's get stages. And we're probably gonna add graves after that. We can have a little bit of a clearing area in the middle, perhaps. It's all the same number. Maybe make it diagonal from the other thing. Occupies a lot of space, so maybe we make it here. That way the guard post is overseeing more empty space. And we'll have this go up to 40. So that they can work in the library now. Sent a donation and was asking if you had interest in covering the Silk and Silver DLC. Is rumored to come out in November. Reworks CK3's economy. Yes. Let's take maybe we should take a closer look at it now. Silk and silver. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we go on like a CK3. Is that Joe Pro? Myself. Joe Pro, thank you for the 6 months. A resub. 6 months. 27 months total. One of the longest standing subs. Thank you so very much, my guy. How you do? How you be? So, in terms of what we got, money lending and merchant stuff. Merchant government. Merchant at the head of the family of the trading company, obscurity to greatness. Generally, CK3, like, really is very explosive in terms of money. Or various other resources. But it's like more RP. It's like not trying to create a simulation. Establish trade routes. Compete with other families. Lobby for power. Seeking patrons. Monopolies. Fight for exclusive goods. Improve your mansion. I assume this is the same as like court. Republics. Focuses on families. Historical republic models. Laws and assemblies. This looks interesting. Maybe we'll give it a try. I don't have anywhere near all the DLC, so I would have to like shake down people or just buy all the DLC. You ate mud the other day and it had an interesting texture and taste. Yeah. See, if people are hating, they just don't get it. Alright, we have kind of a lot of furniture. We're gonna let them have 2 levels of furniture here as well. We're getting some digging done down here, which is great, because this is where our stone is coming from. For now. We're digging to this. Maybe have too many carpenters? The recruits are coming on up, so eventually we will get these guardhouses employed. Yeah, I guess this is gonna be the city guard. Right. Where are we going next? When was the last time you played CK3? It's been a hot minute. I almost only modded CK3. Wasn't there a promise of not charging again for stuff they've done for CK2? I don't know. But also, implementation might be different. The thing is like, they could just say they're charging for only parts of it. Like, it... Or I guess if it's a DLC locked, it's DLC locked, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what they said. Gotta think about decorations a little bit more. We have some amount of lighting, but... which helps to reduce crime. I don't know what we're putting off to the right, but I think we can... just do that for now. Supposed to put these. So we're probably gonna have big statues. So we want to preserve some amount of 4x4 spots. There's a speaker there. Actually, just make a lot of this seating. For sure, you usually don't touch CK3 and Hoey. Yeah, I mean, I really don't touch Hoey. Not that I have, like, an explicit problem with the game. It's just, I don't think... the game's been out a while. I'm not sure I could add very much in terms of, like, trying to peel back layers on the metagame of Hoey. I assume it's relatively solved. And, like, it takes a long time to learn Paradox games. Generally. So, like... usually this entails quite a few hours that you're, like, not being productive, basically. Does that make sense? So, not sure what we're doing here. We could build roads over this. I don't think we necessarily need this much ore. It's kind of it's kind of funny, we're like trying to get to the stone before the ore. It's complete reverse in our last game. Alright. trying to think where we're supposed to place this. I think here is actually pretty good. So we get a tailor. And then a weaver right next to it. And everything's modular and lines up so nice and neat, except for we actually have to have... These things can only be like, our refining things are like diagonal, upper left, bottom right, and our production things are bottom left, top right, in terms of where we can put them. Okay, so let's change this to importing up to 80%. And we're gonna import the cotton for now. I don't know if this is correct, but... At the very least, it's gonna resolve some friction. Let's do a little bit of that. And then now, even excess jobbers. Or we're about to need more pops, but I think we can go up to 175 here. And these guys will get this stuff done. We're not going to use this quantity of stuff, but... Or this is way more workers than we need, like 3 or 4 times as much. But that'll work. I think you'd be a perfect presenter for CK3 economy rework. I'd have to understand the base, like, economy for CK3, though. I don't expect you to be, like, laying through dabbles and everything paradox. Yeah, like, you either have to be, like, handsome and entertaining, or you have to understand the game. You can't afford to be neither handsome and entertaining, and also not understand the game. General sees his content as formative, and that requires a certain degree of ability to be good at playing the game. Yeah. I think, to some degree, like... I don't know, well, like... We hit decent numbers on Songs of Six last stream. But, like, this, for example, is not a game that I'm, like, good at. So when people are coming in, they're coming in just because they want to watch me play. And generally when I play variety, I don't get very many views, which is fine. I wouldn't want people to watch if they're, like, not interested in watching type of thing. But, like, I'm sensitive to the feedback I'm given, basically. It doesn't look like it's going to be EU5 levels of complexity. Hopefully it doesn't bore you. For CK? Well, it doesn't have to necessarily, like, complicated is not always better. Like, I think if you're gonna be, like, EU5 is, like, moving in my opinion, like, more modifier-oriented / arcadey direction, and I think if you're doing that, you actually don't want to be more complicated. Like, there's a difference between being the most in-depth simulation versus the most complicated arcade game, right? But the way you should look at it is like, so chess. Chess is a very, very complicated game. or sorry, it's not a very complicated game. It's a game with a lot of depth. The ROI on complexity and depth is incredibly good in chess. You can learn how to play chess in an afternoon, and then you can spend tens of thousands of hours and still not achieve, like, chess mastery. So that means that the barrier to entry for chess is incredibly low, and the level of depth is incredibly high. Right, so chess is like the perfect, it just extraordinary returns. And what you don't want is you don't want to make something that's complicated but doesn't actually add depth. You don't want to have something where you have to know more systems and more information and not have a return on that in terms of more interesting decision making. And this is kind of the issue I had with EU4. EU4 was hard to learn because there were a ton of systems, but none of the systems were, like, interconnected, really, so the decisions were not that interesting. Instead, it was, you have to understand the system, and then once you understand the system, you kind of just do the same thing every time. Type of thing. And that is, like, complexity for complexity's sake, which some people like because they like learning the system, and then they like being able to understand how something that's complex, how it works, like this type of thing. But in general, in terms of game design, I don't think it's the best. I don't think that's Lay's goal in playing these games. He's like an unofficial spokesperson for casual gamers. Yeah, I don't think like Lay is like... He does like some tutorials, but he's not trying to like sweat the game. The games he plays either. Like... to the extent that like Lay is like good at games, I don't think he considers that like a priority and like demonstrating that in his content or whatever. I don't really watch that much Paradox content, though, so it's hard for me to say. I basically watch close to zero of other people's videos. Oh, that's so much stone we need. That's the problem with these big-ass things, is the upfront investment. We almost should have, like, a small version and then, like, a refab big version of some of these things. It's so much stone. That's so much stone. That's bad. That's bad, that's bad. I mean, eventually we'll mine it out of the wall, but... Alright, basically anything that's in a reasonable radius, we're gonna set to pick up the stones. Yeah, there's like no more stones left on the map. So this is like inefficient if we were trying to speedrun. This is like spectacularly bad. But we have our things placed. So we're gonna have clothing coming out. We can think about trying to do cotton, but I really don't mind the idea of like importing the cotton. Maybe we need to produce it ourselves. Like EU4 was like a U-boat. Whenever there was DLC, it was interesting for 5 minutes and then boring. Because you would like, solve it or whatever. Like, Dominions is actually, like, really fun. So, like, this game, for example, the solutions... You have a ton of moving parts, but the solutions are probably relatively simple. Like, some industries are just way more efficient than others at supporting your ability to spin up population. This is probably the metric that you most judge your nation on. Because you have more population, you can have, like, more, like, marginal combat power or whatever for the sake of, like, being able to conquest. And, like, it seems that, like, things that feed into multiple other industries are just generally going to be more efficient. And you can, like, look at your total... You could build an entirely vanilla economy and then look at what is the most frequent job, and then just try and specialize in that. Or maybe certain things are better at importing or exporting. In general, in order to have something be really nuanced, you have to have it be PvP, though. But, like, EU5 is not, like, actually, well, like, maybe I'm just not playing it at a high enough level, but I feel like you don't, like, recomp your army based on, like, where you're fighting or something like this. And I feel like often your strategy when fighting, like, doesn't change that much. I actually probably just need to play against humans and opponents for that to, like, really kind of shine, because a lot of it's just, like, beating the AI is, like, not going to be that high. I think your health is dropping low. You should not go below 1 ever, or you're going to invite plagues that easily wipe 1/3 of your pops. Is that 3, though? But you're right. So I guess maybe that's the next thing. Adding a couple more bakeries. The vegetables. We brought in. What you explained about chess is about it being a lot of complexity learned with lots of depth. I feel like EU5 is so much the opposite. It's very complex with no depth. Learn the economy and then the game rolls over for you. Yeah, this is like kind of the point I'm making. Is like if you don't have the systems grounded, it's just like hitting the player with a huge volume of systems. If the systems are not grounded and like interconnected, like, adds complexity without adding depth. And that's, like, the trap for, like, the, like, intellectual games, I guess. The brand of game where, like, the type of player who plays them is someone who wants to see themselves as, like, smart or whatever, and, like, is attracted to that type of game. Which, admittedly, like, I get excited when I see that a game is going to be, like, doing a lot of stuff, but I've played enough of these games to also, like, recognize that a huge chunk of these games are just, like, knowledge checks, where once you have the knowledge, you just do the same thing every time. Right? And, I don't want to be, like, knowledge checked as much as I want to have interesting decisions once I actually learn the game. And if learning the game doesn't give you interesting decisions, then, you know, it's a bit of an issue. We're getting there. You said we could use plus to make it bigger? It appears we cannot use this plus. Okay, use E. Got it. And so... this we want how big? 41 by 41 at the end. Got it. So we can activate these as well. So we're going to want this to be 41. Perfect. That's just out from the middle one, right? Okay, so this works. Out from the middle one, 41. Out from the middle one, 41. And so they will dig their way to the prize. Actually, the real prize is the hexagons we made along the way. In Song 6, export-import changes based on supply and demand, so it doesn't really work to fully specialize and scale up trade partners. Demand goes low and your margins drop. Yeah, but aren't you... You're supposed to source stuff with, like, conquests, right? And maybe I don't understand Songs of 6 that well. That's... Or, allow me to rephrase. I don't understand Songs of 6 that well. So, can we actually renovate... Oh, this isn't stone walls. Okay. Why didn't anyone tell me? Terrible. Not enough from warehouse. Yeah, we're gonna have to accumulate. We'll settle for mud with mud for now. How's our janitor holding up? Looks like he's doing okay. On some of the faraway dirt roads, but we actually don't really care about that. You cannot make a hexagon spare without a few pentagons. Hexagons are a noob trap. Who stands with me that pentagons are better? Someone time this man out. 3.7 is good. There's some events that fire 0.75. Etc., but it's fine for now. Oh, so it's under 10. You're talking about. You said you don't want to go under 1. Generalists aside and my tab crashed. We love mud. More mud. Mud for the mud god. It even rhymes. Trade punishes you only for doing one thing, while tech specialization punishes you for doing everything. The best decision varies and changes based on your city size. That's fair. To be fair, like, also the early levels are cheaper than the, like, later levels, effectively. Like, the first 20% extra output's cheaper than the subsequent 20% extra output or whatever. I mean, I'm thinking of putting cotton down. We could put cotton down. Right here. What was the best way for us to do this? Just a regular hexagon, do this. And then it was delete the rest of the room. I guess we could lose some parts by this road here. The thing is, we want to be slightly under the amount of workers. Just under 4 workers. Alright. Authorize them up to 40. Activate that. And that. Messed up. Flower beds. There we go. There we go. What do you know about the next Vic 3 update? I can't talk about stuff I know ahead of time. Do you think it'll contain more content or help fix rectify the latest military and navy update? Wait, isn't the next one supposed to be the AI update? Like, I know some stuff ahead of time, but not to the extent that I know stuff. I can't talk about it, but to the extent that I don't know stuff, I can talk about it. But to some extent, revealing whether or not I can talk about it and indicating how much stuff I know is in theory, information revealing, but no one cares that much. Nice little park rest spot. Now we're thinking without mud. Without mud, heresy. Without mud, there is no life. Life comes from the mud. It is returned to the mud. Yeah, we need... The main idea here was that this would store just ungodly amounts of grain. And I guess we need more storage. We could renovate this and get more storage, but not that efficiently. We would have to renovate it way bigger. We could get rid of the import thing. And or the hauler. And renovate this to hold way more. I'm thinking, like, we build out to here and get rid of the hauler. So we want to be able to store more grain. Oh, did it just brick all the... Oh my god. Sorry, we should maybe be paused for this. Okay. Yeah, expand over existing structures. This is what we wanted. That's a reason to not expand it more. Blocked by terrain? What do you mean, dog? Okay. Holy hell. What have I done? I, like, can't tell, like, what's going on. Why is this blocked? Okay. Got it. It's blocked by the things that are already there. Okay. Like that. And this has to be one smaller. And then this is used as a walkway. That works out surprisingly well. This impedes walkability. Alright. Oh no, not be stone throttled. Not like this. At least we have a bunch of stone. Okay. I wish you could set priority. Love the steams? Thank you. I try to keep it steamy. ZS with the vroom vroom vroom. True. Just had a moment there. Yeah, okay. They'll get it eventually. It's fine. Now for the jobs. Just checking weavers, yeah. Weavers Kryptonians are better at weaving. So we'll let more in. So we should be able to store way more grain here too. Come on. Alright. Oh, so satisfying to watch that just spin up, like, very, very quickly. as they pick up all the stuff from the ground and put it into containers. I think that's a bunch of coal on the ground, yeah. Don't quite need that much charcoal. That should be good. That just gives them more surface area to dig into this. Still trying to do the honeycomb. Some of these guard posts should eventually get manned. We have to manually... Oh, I guess that assigns all of the guards? Okay. So we should be accumulating clothing now. Right? Silly Billy us, we had to change the recipe. We have 40 marginal workers. Can invite more Dondos. What do the Dondos want? We don't have wells? Seems like a massive oversight. Someone was saying we needed to do more wells, but smaller wells, but honestly, when we've taken a look at it, it feels like one big well kind of does the trick. But maybe that's about a walk time consideration more. We'll handle that down. That we should be able to go up a little bit. We were told to watch out for health. Welsh, or the Welsh should be better now. Mr. Officer, the reason why I'm naked right now is because I have not accumulated any clothing. Yeah. If you make larger wells, you also waste space compared to service use. So you think we shouldn't even make this larger well? The thing is, I was thinking it could service all these houses. But maybe it's too big even. I don't know, we were also thinking that like some areas of the farms with some of the open area, we could have it be a well. The soil's not very good. So we were thinking of making it a chop place. Or lumber place. To be fair, we could also do foraging. $32 crates of grain. Might be time to start on the booze. We're not doing any pottery yet. We want that to be neither clay. Can't remember which one of these is. Do this. Cancel these that we had basically just to mark. Where stuff was. Could be again a lot of maybe we should actually just cut in the mountain. This entire thing. I think I like that. They should be able to clear out a lot more stuff a lot quicker. Yeah, look, all the odd jobbers can grab. All that kind of type of stuff. We also have a ton of gold. I know if we get a larger pop, we invite more problems too. Like, we'll have to deal with raiding and stuff as well. 3x3 has 4 usage slots for 9 tiles, or 4-9 ratio. 5x5 has 12 slots for 25 tiles. Oh, so the ratio is even better. I love your playstyle. Thank you, thank you. You love mud and hexagons, though? Absolutely. What is one without hexagons? Nothing. This guy was injured. sucks to be you. So we're not producing enough fabric, it looks like. We don't have enough cotton, it looks like. Yeah, okay. That means that our tailor we can cut back on a little bit. Do want a graveyard at some point. Probably gonna have to try and have a couple of them for this. Trying to peruse if we have issues. I actually don't know which one of these is round and which one's circle, but that's what the shape thing is about. Interesting that the decorations take up space. Alright. Yeah, the digging over to here is... See, you guys are making fun of me for these mud buildings, but I feel like most throttled by the fact that we don't have enough stone to, like, progress to the next step and the next thing, basically always. I wish we could flip the rooms. I mean, we could put it here. It's not exactly a bad spot for it. It is right next to the pottery, so that's something. It's kind of far from the grain. We want it right here. It's not the worst. I don't want to refab an entire thing, is the main... We'll let the pottery go first, and then we'll be able to build the booze. That's kinda... trying to figure out what they're getting fulfillment from. He's having difficulty with the lavatory. It feels bad, man. Can we get a heat map of... Looks like we're kind of in okay shape for this. But we could put another one down here. The guy with the efficiency per square convinced me. We go 3x3s. Which gives a lot of space for open area, anyway. Okay. Yeah, chat might have been right. God, I hate it when that happens. In that, it makes sense for us to have stuff diagonal from each other, or like on either side. Actually, let's build that there. Stone throttled yet again. Let's see. Our entire economy is built up on the back of digging into this mountain. Okay, we're gonna swap up to the hollow hexagon. So let's do this to give ourselves more surface area, and then at this point there's a lot of rocks to clear down here. Yeah. We'll clear that for stone. Because that's what we need, is just the stone. The digging is way slower, I think, anyway. You can just do a bunch of these. And this will also get dug out real quick. Yeah, lack of surface area here. For that one. And then we get our 2 wells done. And the bathrooms. How's hearth coverage? It's not like terrible over here. I think it's probably okay. By the way, did you give up on forming Italy? Last stream we like did okay numbers playing Songs of Six, and I was kind of having more fun playing Songs of Six. So kinda we still need to win the Italian Wars. I don't think we're gonna form Italy, but we're supposed to win the Italian Wars. Clearly missed something. Everyone's joked about mud. I do it and it's taken serious. Is your favorite Game of Thrones Noble House the House of Mud? It is. Forming Italy mentioned Pog. When are we forming Italy? Chad always asks when are we forming Italy, not how are we forming Italy. Carefully, slowly, but surely. This guy dead or resting? He's sick. Yeah, that's fair. Halfway in between. Okay, we actually have stone stored now. What a time to be alive. Let's build the booze. I believe the booze takes the Crotonians. We're authorized up to 50. We're not even turning out what we've authorized, so... I think we could use more furniture at this point. Do a little bit of that. We're not accumulating cotton yet, which implies we could use a little bit more. How is this degrading at all? No. Up the pressure, trying to keep this wet. Cotton farms produce 5, weavers need significantly less. What's going on here? I guess we just haven't had our harvest yet. What's your favorite house and what is it known for? Name five people from that house. Mud is impervious to dragonfire. Big true. Have you given up on making it all in one city block and then multiply it over and over? Kind of like now, but each hexagon covers the needs of everyone inside said hexagon. I did think about that. We were looking at that. The hexagon's too fucking big at that point, and then it's not modular with industry in an efficient way. The thing about these is, like, the amount of fill-ins you have to do is relatively minimal. For this, if you make the building omega huge, then it becomes inefficient from a layout perspective. But if you make it too small, then it doesn't modular well with housing, and you can't put that much housing per square. But here we get like a lot of housing per square, and we don't get a lot of this thing. But yeah, we couldn't... This is that. I mean, this is like... This is kind of one big hexagon that is a housing thing that is going to have all the services and stuff in the middle. It's just done in the shape of... what is it? 7 hexagons all clumped together. Why are your hexagons slightly taller than wider? They're not. sacrilege. 35? Yes. By 35. They and the Blackwoods constantly fought over the entire 2 areas of the neck. Wait, a House of Mud's an actual house? Not like this. Where's our mud representation? I don't even know what we're gonna do when we get down there. Oh, maybe we're supposed to convert this to human Crotonian. That doesn't feel good. I don't think we do that. We're storing less food than we were before. We're full up on a lot of things. Aren't we exporting? Okay, we are exporting it. We just finished gathering it, is all. Okay, the cotton's coming in. It's getting hauled. Is it really the most efficient walk path? I guess it is. It's not what we had envisioned. I guess this walk path was fast, the other one's gonna be slow. I tried it with circles, at least amenities, and I had 100 people, but some of the services were too crowded, led to low satisfaction. Feels bad, man. Yeah. I don't know. I think we can fit everything in here, but I'm not 100%. How are we missing coverage on this? Whatever. The thing is we're thinking of having a thing over here for humans. That looks right. Should get a little bit more surface area for creating the stone. It's also misspelled mud. Oh, you mean mud, not mud. Yeah, yeah. You have a thing for humans? You have a thing for efficiency, but I think it's like not worth it, kinda. I have dopamine receptors with like the skill level and trying to get all the best skill level to all the guys, and humans are really good at the knowledge work stuff. It's the issue. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Dondo Crotonian maybe is better. There's not a good way for us to get rid of all these humans, I don't think. Actually, I think you can enslave them and sell them, but... I think we have 40 are allowed in per day. But these guys aren't getting native, so I guess we have to build schools in order to make that happen. What do we have not available? The pottery. This says it's producing... This is consuming 2. This only... The other's producing 10. Why? What's going on here? One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why is there not a door there? Okay, cloth is throttled by that. I feel like I'm getting lied to somewhere in terms of, okay, the weavers are using 16 now that, yeah. Now that the things are operational. So I guess we do more cloth? Cotton? Yeah, that's a bummer that that doesn't work. But we need like way, way more cotton. So maybe we place the cotton north of up here. Have the canal run through. You know, slaves don't start fights, don't need amenities, but still do the job. It's like second-class citizens. Yeah, but don't... Most of the good guys hate slavery, right? I think we have a... God, it feels like guard posts should be way more effective than they are. And we should have, like, more law than we do. Considering our level of patrolling. Or is this lawfulness figure okay? It's just not growing. Guess I'm not really sure. like to like start making progress instead of just trying to think about how we're supposed to make progress. We have knowledge to unlock stuff. We can start moving towards tools. Can unlock the mason. Still need to dig out this ish though to get to our stone source. Hey, how's it going? Well, I can't read Arabic for the name, but happy Saturday. Guard posts get more effective the better trained and equipped your soldiers are. At least that's what one chatter said at one point in time. But do we trust the chat? A bold play. I mean, we could clearly just allow a lot of additional bondos in, but we don't actually need the labor. Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is we just need more cotton. I think we missed one spot. Did we miss a line? Okay, we're okay. I think we do like this again. And then actually, do we have, as a result of the climate, I think we have worse production of cotton. Maybe we're supposed to do this through leather rather than a cotton. Well, I guess it depends how the modifiers stack too, huh? Whether they're additive or multiplicative. This also nets. Positive. The tilapia are good at onyx pastures. And this as well. The tilapia get along poorly with everyone. Well, we want to do one or the other. Well, Auric Pasture makes a lot of sense, I think. Because we could use leather to make clothing, we can also use leather to make leather weaponry, and then our pups like the meat. And so if we ever want to get meat, we're going to need to do something like that. We could also do this and not use leather. Do we ever need leather for anything other than, like, leather armor? Because we could only use metal armor, too. We could just say we're only doing metal armor, in which case the onyx pasture is probably better. But there's... Hunting lodges give a lot of leather, especially if you upgrade them. I think you use leather in libraries. That's right, you do use leather in libraries. It's Georgian? It's Georgian? Okay. I see you're going against another grueling game. I figured out. Your guard power matters. The amount of guards or guard posts just concentrate while your spare guards randomly patrol the streets. Leather in libraries, so... Is there a way to see what the cold climate's giving us? We could start a new game. That'll tell us what it's giving us. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so minus 44% on the cotton farm. Mushroom farm is much better. Onyx pasture is quite a bit better, so... Does anyone know how these modifiers stack? Do they stack additively or multiplicatively? But I think we're maybe leaning towards onyx pasture then. Unchanged by fertility, but they like water. Okay, okay. We'll have to figure out how we get our leather, but I guess the leather we can get from hunting. So maybe this is bad. We don't have much bonuses either way yet, so... Probably not too bad. Also, the thing is, I also don't know how these modifiers stack. Because we can get... Oh, this is flat numbers. The other one's percentage. I can do math. Okay, so... It's not what I wanted. Dog. 3.5 workers. That's kind of not what we want. This is not facing the edge of the room. Dog, what? Oh, does it not like the corners? God, this feels like we're gonna be wasting so much space. You need an open wall there, like a roof? Music in this game is so good. It is pretty good. Texts are flat, but not sure what's going on here. Area the room's not connected. Oh, do I have one fucking random? Alright. Yeah. So we have to shrink this a little bit. We'll shrink it a little bit for the canal. And this will get us a well. 3x3 well up here. And we need some huts. Not much. All right. Gate could be blocked due to uncorrected areas. I think it's a loose block in the bottom right. You are correct. Gonna need livestock. I don't think we have any livestock remaining to seed this with, so I guess we're going to need to import it. We'll do that temporarily. And then we'll set this to do wheat as well. We will do a canal. There we go. That should be good. We will accept this. We will import up to 18%. Need graveyards. Forget how we get these guys initially. These guys want riches. Which probably changed since I've last played with getting them. Making progress. We'll just let all this happen. So we want to dig it out eventually. Then we got to think through where we want our knowledge going. We could prove the efficiency of some of the things we're doing. We could build a nursery to try and grow pops better. We could go for healthcare, but we don't have... Hospitals require tools and this type of thing. I think we go graveyard. I think we go graveyard here. I feel like we want space for other stuff. It's supposed to be more of a small thing. I guess it kind of fits here okay. Trying to be efficient with the gravediggers. Okay, so I guess we do not need a tree this size. It's so nice and symmetric, though. You know what we could do? We could place a tree decoration that size there. Hey, now you're thinking with your dipstick, Jimmy. Oh, okay, we need way more. I'm just gonna include it for the symmetry. I know it's bad. Damn it. Pastures aren't as vulnerable to moisture as farms are. Kinda don't need to irrigate them. Is it, like, not worth the irrigation at all? We have the irrigation coming through. Like, it's already passing through here. Although I guess I'm kind of into the idea that if the soil's not very good... Yeah, the thing is the soil's good all over here. But if it weren't, like if we made a pasture here, just making a big ass pasture. They have no water though. Soil affects pastures only and moisture. Yeah, soil doesn't affect pastures, so that means our good soil places we don't want to use pastures on. Moisture could be higher because of rain. Okay. But I think this is like all good soil up here, so we want this to be farming. Just generally. Like if we had land over here, that'd maybe be good for, or better for, the less efficient uses, I guess. Here could also be a more efficient version of this. Because I think we can get up to 4 workers with the bottom portion. So maybe the top portion should just be a farm of some sort, and the bottom portion, since it's bigger, should be the pasture. Oh, we wanted an actual tree. I should just set hotkeys. Hotkeys are like so monstrously time saving. Also, how much? This is outputting like almost nothing. What the hell? Or is this per month and the other's per annum? See, this we can minimally shrink. And then, yeah, this is way better. And then, who's prioritized for our pastures? Dondos really don't like doing it. But this works. We're also accumulating meat now, which is nice. We only have 20. Odd jobbers, so do a little bit more to add some more. Maybe we go up to 250 to hit our 500 pop breakpoint easier. 256 will get us there. And we have a ton of odd jobbers. Food is starting to get a little bit more pressured. We still have a ton of grain though. We don't want it quite like that, we actually want it flipped. So it's closer to the exit thing is closer to this, the warehouse. Why does this only say 338 plebs? Can I not do math? I can't do math. Okay. Lack of math is acute. What's wrong with the brewery, though? Okay, that's what was wrong with it. fabric is a issue, but that's because that's an issue. As these things get older, okay, yeah, I was about to say, as these things get older, they get more effective. It looks like they do. So we're probably getting rid of the cotton farms at some point in time. Or this cotton farm. For grain farm instead. Pastures are generally great for low space efficiency use of land. Same with orchards. You don't need a lot of infrastructure. Don't delete your pastures, at least let the animals grow out. You actually need the animals to grow to adults before they gain full effectiveness. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of what we were suspecting. I was like, man, this is like, feels like 0, but that's why. How can we not copy this? Okay. We have 2 gravediggers. Also, that's gonna decrease the pressure on the... better roads for these guys. We could do the things that require pottery as well. Maybe. Looks like we could stand to increase this a bit. And that pottery is the thing that's holding us back. Since it's cold, we can also do mushroom farms. In the long-ish future. Oh, pottery's not holding us back, just kidding. I don't have eyes. Okay, but this means we can do upgrades that require pottery. That leads to fine dining. This leads to a tavern. Let's upgrade to fancy markets. And then our market, we will upgrade. We do want to get taverns set up. I think we were going to put the tavern here, because that way it's close to the warehouse. But let's set this to accept Piva then. Looks like we could do more brewing. This is eating not anywhere near the amount of pottery we're making. Starting to get a bank of fabric, it looks like. Maybe? Oh my god, my eyes. Visibility is like contextually really awful in this game. Sometimes. I don't know why this has a different number of workers. Huh. Weird. Well, 4.8 I think is good enough. Do that. We are trying to keep the humans relatively, to the extent that we can, isolate. Trying to keep them somewhat isolated. Over here. Running out of lumber. We've ran out of furniture. Do some of that. We might convert that to lumberyard. Lumber cares about water as well. Stop making pottery, it's a waste of mud. You could have so much more mud! What are you doing? The mud! Yeah, tools might be next here. So our iron starts here. Now we have to think. I hate it when that happens. We have to think about what our layout looks like. Because we, I think, are going to need another housing area. We're gonna need another housing area for where the stone's at. Right? Because this is too far to work. Okay. And if we're making another housing area, the question is, where do we make it and why do we make it there? We needed to get into the stone. We maybe wanted to get into the iron, so this affects things. Out here is very straightforward, but it's kind of far from where the stone is. But yeah, we just copy this and plop it on over once we've dug out the spot. We ideally don't want to build over too much of these ore potentials. And we need to leave ourselves room for warehouses and industry to some extent. And in theory, it's slightly good for us to be offset with this. Like to the left or the right of it. If we want the humans, we can, to be fair, we could demo this and move the humans somewhere else. In the long term. I was gonna say if we want the humans to be like over here somewhere, then we can't put a bunch of dwarves over there, but maybe we don't want the humans to be over there somewhere. And we put the dwarves towards the edge of the map here. This is maybe good. Issue is this gives us less room for fortifications, but no, we'd be too squeezed on this right side, so it's gonna be on the left. Or we, like, build over this and we don't care, but I don't think we want to do that. We also maybe want to situate ourselves for gems, so maybe it's even further south. If it's further south, we could have a hauler. Or one of the big transport haulers just haul this stuff up over here. So in which case, we would just have these guys commute from here down to here. And not do anything too crazy. In which case, we build a warehouse in this segment for the iron and everything we need with it. Could alternatively make a mega warehouse here. Like, use the entire structure. Which would allow us to use loading and unloading stations relatively efficiently. I don't think I like that. I think I would want that more centralized, but... We're going to need haulers for over here, though. Like 100% major hauler. This is where we have the coal mines. We actually do want to shift onto the coal mines, too. Maybe we're actually supposed to build something over here. No, there's no regular stone. That's not resolving our regular stone issue. So... remember that you want to fill in gaps in mountains in order to have impregnable defenses. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna build... Oh! So we have, like, walls here, and then... Oh, I see. Wall up here. This is actually highly defensible, then. I didn't realize... Other than this is wide open, but... We'll try and keep that in mind. Everything's stable, so... Just trying to think through this decision. We have something here, then we can have something here. It would be offset. If we want it to be offset, then we have to start the leftmost portion in here. And then that kind of makes it so that... Yeah, maybe here's good. What else that clarifies how we're going to be operating this, so let's grab... My kingdom to be able to flip stuff, man. We want this down and to the right. Want this right here instead. Maybe it's not that big a deal. We actually put it in the bottom left here. And we might be able to find other uses for it. God, I can barely see the other thing. Well, that's hitting the road. I might have fucked up that road. This is 15. So on the 9th one over, we can make a thing. Or... Where's Fill-In Cave? Oh, that's part of this. That's so much easier to see there. Okay. Oh my god, the UI in this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that halfway? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So this would be where should be. And okay, we have liftoff. And then, oh, you know what? I actually kind of like this a lot, because there's so much ore in this segment, we might have to merge it with another segment in terms of how we treat it. And so, like, get rid of this road and make this one giant thing. But for now, we'll go after this segment first. Sure. Seems fine. 6-7. Not like this. Enemies also can't traverse deep water, and early on there aren't going to be big armies attacking you unless you're pissing them off, and might as well restart at that point. Small bandit armies aren't worth building walls for. Alright, fair. We need to copy a tailor and make it the smithy. Okay, we've got to get rid of some of these things. I mean, we could overflow clay here. That's not what we're trying to do right now, though. Whoa. I just saw how little bread we have. Let's see, we'll copy this. Oh, maybe we should have rotated it? Why can't I place this? Holy my eyes. Alright. Hopefully this is almost done, because the grain is falling low in terms of stores. We don't want to have our first calamity. I think we maybe let this guy store grain overflow. As you can hear, this is song 6. Yeah. I feel like Dwarf Fortress more like Dwarf Fortress than RimWorld focuses on the building of a city-state empire kind of thing. I think I'd actually prefer the colony type of thing, so maybe I should just play something like RimWorld instead. Just this is what I'm more familiar with. Alright, let's let these guys have a little bit more of some stuff. So we are now undersaturated on them. And I think we can add another couple pump guys. What else can we add more here? Alright, Smithy. I think this is in the right spot. That's clearly building over the road. This looks like the right spot. So we will build this. And then we want to spend out and get access to tools. So we need more innovation. We'll authorize 50. Okay, that gets us there. Just kidding, it doesn't. It got us a bunch of knowledge. We need... Right. Okay. Actually, let's... convert everything to stone there. And then brewery. I think the brewery we copy. Yeah, smelter. And then we let this hold tools. And metal. And also ore. Right. I think we're gonna start off with not biggest thing. Only grabbing some of that. 75 odd jobbers. And that's gonna massively drain out our stone. And this should be good for us. We finally have storage for our gears. We have like 2 gears. RimWorld's great. Added mods to it. It's got infinite replayability. Maybe we'll get into that. I don't know. The overall interest for colony sims seems somewhat low on the channel. We need this to finish first. We are getting furniture pressured, it feels like. We can't afford that. Just barely. Alright, gonna add a few more bakers. I'm still playing Power World. I gave up with the mines altogether. Nobody was watching Power World. I played a little bit more. Oh, you guys want to see where we're at in Power World instead here? Basically, you finished like the first stage of progression and then stopped because I was like, oh, maybe I want to show people, and then I just like stopped playing. I think we're gonna be wrapping up in a little bit. What's your... Ever thought about playing Quasimorph? I have no idea what that is. So I've not. PMC. I don't even know what this category is. Turn-based strategy, RPG. This is probably not my scene. I don't like the squad-based RPG like type thing very much. If that's what this is. Yeah, it's not really my jam. Like, I like playing... The games that I select to play is also really informed by like what viewers are willing to watch, type of thing. Where like Path of Exile, for example, I would play a lot more of that if people were interested, but people aren't interested, so it's just kind of, I don't know, it is what it is. Where are weavers? We're not having enough weavers. But like, I basically try games out on Steam, and then if I like them, maybe I make videos from this type of thing, but I don't like play games like just for fun in a context where I'm like not recording or streaming it really too much anymore. I really love when these things are right next to each other, because this is so fast for them. I guess it's a little bit further from them from a jobs perspective, but this works out. It's more like tactical turn-based strategy in which you chop up your enemies and extract organs from them. Nice. I wonder how far we are from getting one of these guys. Oh, they like humidifiers? Interesting. We would maybe have to make a specific zone for them. It's like they patched the game, too, to make the poop noises less prolific. Wow, they're actually getting through to it. Oh, there's so much stone here. Okay. Can we up the stone? How much we hold? And these guys will start hauling some of this stuff that's just on the ground. I'd imagine after the initial hype died down, only hardcore players play PoE now. Yeah, but I'm saying I would play it on resets. I don't even play PoE on the resets. I would play like the resets for a month and like drop everything else. Probably. Be a lot more like rotation, just generally. Like, right now, like, right now is like a lull period for like EU5. Because we're in between 1.3 and like 1.4 open beta. And so like, things will get much better later. What are we making? Yeah, we're making tools. Or like, I mean, I think I know where things are at, like in 1.3, but like we could enable clay. Which I think we're going to need a lot more diggers if we're going to do that. That's a way to not incorporate as many humans. It basically doubles our innovation. And so that we can grab this. Where's our thing for... Oh, there we go. Cool. Now using tools there. We have run out of housing. So now we really kind of want to maybe get on thinking through building housing a thing down here. Okay. We also just want to stack the housing higher too. We don't have enough pop for that. Okay, where's the homelessness specifically? I think it's probably in jobs to the south. It's not. Where's the jobs that are homeless? There's a lot of homeless Andorians, actually. Oh, we scuffed our plan here, actually. It's kind of fine. Well, it's kind of maybe not. Plan was to do this. And do it on both sides. Is that mud? It's stone. Lawfulness has dramatically dropped. It used to be like 1,000. Is that bad? We maybe are gonna need equipment for them. We have extra clothing. We could export it though. So that'll keep the chain going. We are really out of bread. We have plenty of coal. Factorio when? I think Factorio would require a lot more figuring the game out. Nobody want to see Pal World? Don't make me feel guilty? No, it's okay. It's just like, I want to use a poker analogy, but I don't know how much the audience plays poker. It's like having a merged range in poker, where, like, I have to do stuff, or ideally I do stuff that's a combination of fun for me and like also my audience is interested in, and the maximal fun for me doesn't always have overlap, but like also like I'm effectively providing a service. Like it's not just me trying to have as much fun as possible. Although I think generally when I'm having fun, it's more entertaining. Although I also have more fun when there are more viewers, just because, like, I don't feel bad about playing something, so, like, there's, like, it's circular. How many... Yeah, we have a ton of innovation now. If we are gonna add another industry, what would we want? Let's go out planting and fell these trees. Running low on wood. We could put lumber mills in, and lumber mill might be a good replacement for this. Yeah. Rimworld is a more cachet, though. It may draw additional attention over the average colony sim. Or what's the player base for Rimworld? Is it much bigger? The player base for Song 6 is relatively small. Yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of this at some point, and I think add another little batch of housing. Oh no, we start having to deal with this, not like this. That's kind of fine, though. Maximum storage has been achieved. I mean, we could make another one identical, just like 2 over. That feels really derp, though. Time is it? Okay. Do a family visiting this weekend. I'd imagine after the initial hype down, only hardcore. Yeah, okay, we already. Hobby becomes a job. Her song, the biggest Civ 6 YouTuber, has been slacking. If you like Civ 6, multiplayer is actually good with mods. You might be able to steal some viewers. Well, it's not like stealing viewers. It's like a rising tide raises all ships type of thing. Or like, I guess it's a combination of the two, but like, I think there's a tendency to look at it as a zero-sum thing, like naturally in terms of like a human tendency, and so you kind of want to try and offset that with the way that you look at it. But like, I'm not very good at like Civ 6, so this is like, this theoretical involves me just like completely, like it takes a lot of effort to get to a relatively high level in a game. Or I feel that it does. I feel like really self-conscious if I'm like, if I don't feel like I understand what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Or what's another way we could put this? I mean, like for just using EU5 as an example, I like clearly have the most hours in EU5 out of any content creator. But like, or I think I had over like 500 hours in Dominions before I felt comfortable making stuff in Dominions. Maybe another way to put it. Paradox titles I find have a surprising viewership base. I think that the viewership is stronger than stronger relative to the player base because you get a lot out of Paradox. In my opinion, viewing in the sense that you can campaigns in a lot of Paradox games take a really long time, and you can condense a campaign by watching it, if that makes sense. So if you just want to have a campaign unfold with the twists and turns and things that are going on in it, then by watching it, you can get that big, like, super accelerated. Like, it takes me, like, I think it took me over 8 hours to do the first 50 years on, the Balkans. And then I have it condensed into, like, 2, right? So you get to do it effectively faster, although I'm talking about what I'm doing a lot in game, so we need more pop to do that. Okay, we have to unlock that. I don't know. I think we, like, ideally also don't want to be manually shifting. Okay, so it must be in here. What? Oh, okay. Innovation, not knowledge. Got it. Okay, we need way more of this. Not like this. Not the loud DMCA outside our window threatening to DMCA us, so we have to make sure that we talk loud enough so that it's go over the DMCA so we don't get DMCA struck. Alright, there we go. Currently holding out for 1.4 before I play more EU5. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to Sweden this week / next weekend. So there'll be a lull in terms of videos for me. Someday I will pay for Po 2. Or for Real. 2.0's major expansion. I don't think we see 2.0 very often in Paradox titles except for like Solaris. The Great Wave's terrible DLC, so I'm waiting for the next to hop on Big 3. I think it was more of like a builder DLC, but yeah. I don't think that the DLC was like bad, but like the like treaties and complex sways and these types of things, when they're initially released, like they're just like horribly unbalanced and like the AI is really not very good at it. But like the AI not being very good at the Navy stuff like really comes about. And then I think that like not like less the patch being bad, but like the rollout was just like really bumpy and like suboptimal. Than the like actual thing that's like being done being bad, but maybe that's kind of like a splitting of hairs of some sort. How do we get higher level of this? Alright, improved laboratory. Because I think that we have to keep talking loudly over the DMCA, because this guy, he's doing a circle with the just super loud music, so we have to make sure that we just keep talking so that we don't get DMCA struck. Just living the life out here. Generalist looks outside in his California neighborhood. There are lots of homeless Dundorians, not like this. But like, actually, but not like this. I mean, there's room here, it's just not close enough to where they're working. but we are running out of housing space, so we do want to get this thought out a little bit. One annoying thing is, like, wait, can we copy area with please tell me we can copy area. Oh, baby. Okay, cool. Alright, we're gonna need to dig out a hexagon then. If we want our leftmost portion, I think we want to dig out this hexagon. Okay, that might take a little while. I think we are going to need workstations too, actually, to get that done. Someone got murdered in the streets, hopefully we're keeping the other stuff high enough that people like it. I don't know, I like these variety games mostly because I don't play EU5, and EU5 content bores me in the way that I don't understand the mechanics all that well. That's fair. I mean, a lot of what I'm doing is like trying to explain stuff in terms of content rather than just like vibing and going through it. Taking educated guess, but the amount of people that have played RimWorld versus Song 6 is much higher. This is fair. A bunch of people come out of the woodworks for RimWorld. RimWorld would be like a learning experience, though. But in general, I don't like super gravitate towards these city builder games. Song 6 isn't even out of early access. Ambiguous Amphibian basically built a YouTube channel on RimWorld. Kenshi vids, each is 3 hours long. Interesting. Kenshi's an anomaly of a game. Ridiculously fun if you can create your own story / fun. I don't know, the way you play EU5 takes so much damn time. This is like maybe an issue with EU5. One of the reasons I like wanted to try playing Vic 3 a little bit is like the amount of time it takes me to record an episode of, like, gameplay is, like, really long with EU5. And even Vic 3, like, as rusty as I am with Vic 3, like, it took a similar amount of time to record the start for, Vic 3 as it did with EU5, which, like, suggests, like... I mean, I think that's why content creators are shying away from EU5. I think people are, like... I mean, maybe... and also, I think that this is, like, a gameplay issue with, like, EU5. Although, I think people are saying, like, content creators don't like it. It just takes so long to make a video on EU5. I mean, I could just do more tutorial videos and, like, not actually play the game. But then the issue is you start to not understand the game unless you're, like, playing a lot of it. It doesn't even seem condensable because of how long it takes, which is fine, by the way. Don't have the attention span to watch that long in the background. Yeah, I mean, if you watch Playmaker plays, like, 6 times as fast as I do. Like, I don't know how he does it, but he does. It's crazy. Why is this not exporting? It'll work within the radius. What the frick do you mean? Is it not enabled? What is this? Well, this we can deactivate, but... Why are you not deactivating no work within the radius? What is... Bro, we have a ton of these. What is going on? So confused. Loud DMCA car outside? Yep. It's run DMCA. You met Koi Fish when you're in Sweden? Does he talk like that IRL? I haven't met Koi Fish. I'm going to Sweden next week. But I am allowed to talk about... I'm only, like, allowed to mention, like, 4 things, so I'm not even sure I'm allowed to mention if there are any other content creators going. Well, okay. OPB is going. And I know that he's publicly said that he's going. But other than that, I'm not gonna try and, yeah. Also, chat, remind the guy he's a shower streamer or weasel out of it. No. Chat, let's never... I like this. Playmaker also ignores some mechanics, I believe. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. He just, like, stone ignores a bunch of stuff. The point is... so Playmaker's economy might not get as big as, like, when we play. Someone on Reddit was telling me that Playmaker's economy is bigger than mine, and I was just like... I mean, they're not necessarily wrong, I just, like, haven't seen Playmaker have a bigger economy. Like... Which, that would be insane, if, like, Playmaker's ratio of, like, time to economy is probably better than mine. But, like, he's just, like, not spending the time doing it. Why isn't this exporting, dog? We could force there to be a trader here. I just don't know why it's not... Is the radius supposed to be, like, way bigger naturally? Like, how did it get, like, made small? Why aren't they pulling... I feel like I'm going crazy here. Pull from here, I guess. We have one worker, one worker. Why are there 0 workers for this thing? Is there just no one who's buying it? There's nothing to fetch in the vicinity. My left nut, there's nothing to fetch in the vicinity. What is... Playmaker isn't as micro, yeah. Like the building is off, you can turn it back on? I don't know, it looked on to me. It's like not hiring an employee. Auto-employ. Do you have a trade agreement with them? I think you need to set up the sell price at the bottom. I mean, it's just 61. We could set this at 50, but like the minimums. You know what I mean? I guess no one's buying it. God, that's a thing. I mean, we can give people more of a clothing allowance, I guess. Everything's stone now. If you can't allocate to a building workers to a building, it's off. I mean, it's not. Oh, do I just not have a brain? I just don't have a brain. I apologize. I thought having this would mean it's off. That's my bad. That's on me. Export depots won't turn off unless you turn them off. Yeah, that's on me. Yeah, it's on me. My bad. My bad. Alright, we can brew some more, I think. How does Moses make his tea? He brews it. It's getting a little bit low. We know that with 500 pops, we will be able to do the things. Oh, we have to close these, I forgot. We can't just delete them. Otherwise people get big mad. We want to add more housing. I mean, we could just YOLO add pops. Try and get there. That will be a partial. Okay, let's copy the area. that right? It feels not right. We got a hearth, food stall, house. Okay, I think that is right. And then speaker. A bunch of housing. The question is how are we gonna get freaking food down there? Here, let's turn off planning. We actually only want the top portion, or sorry, not the bottom portion here. We can do this. And once these houses start filling up, then we'll have more odd jobbers and stuff down here. But once the houses start finishing. Oh, this is not what we need. But I can't tell if I placed it wrong. But there's just another road. There are 4? I placed it wrong. God damn it. I'm gonna stop building the ship. Tabula rasa that, please. Alright, this is the corner. I think I picked the wrong thing that I thought was the corner. Did I have it right? One thick road. Oh my god, I think I had it right. What was this view? Which is night. Okay. Let's grab. Ooh, that's no good. Don't want that to run out. I mean, I guess we could copy like this. Activate all this. Now, did I leave myself room for haulers? I don't think I did. But I think we have a hauler for bread. Or maybe we try and let the warehouse handle it? I think they all just worked on the mass grave. This one should be a little bit more cheery. Terrible day not to have a brain, seriously. Oh, I get it because he brews it because of heat brew? Yeah. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Except Joke Factory. Really, I should have gotten into comedy instead of philosophy. The philosophy factories are a little bit less employed. Are we getting some services down here? We can get rid of that. This furniture. There's 2 homeless Dondorians. 1 homeless Dondorian. No homeless Dondorians. I mean, this should be very good for the odd jobbers. There's some moisture down here, too. We could build... We just happen to build on the most moist place. Terrible. But we could build some of the... plantation things. now the housing's coming through. Do we want another training grounds? Maybe it's okay for us to just kind of increase the training grounds slowly as we add more pops. This is a way to do it. I think we will all work on the mass grave. Well, you know. We'll start making space by smushing that over. Okay, we do not have enough clay. Which is the constant struggle that we had last session, or last game. We have a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of the other. I think we'll have a lot more of the other if we get more clay. It's the upgrade cost, though. We are accumulating. Our throttle is this. This... allegedly. So that's 25% more. We did a little bit more than 25% more, so we should be smelting a little bit here. And then you... We will, for now, export excess tools from here. Maybe somewhere in here we put a mega, like, storage place. God, I wish we had more grain storage. What can we do? Just double the charcoal. It's time for DMCA. Time is it? I think I have to be going soon. This is almost done. Why isn't this finishing? Oh, it's just construction waiting on. Food vendor, odd jobber, recruits. Yeah, okay. That does get finished. You guys are starting to get a little bit unsatisfied. What's his dips? Well, actually, they don't have full access to services. So let's throw this in. In the mix. I think let's get up to 500 pops and then call it. We'll authorize up to 400 here, so we'll get them in Dondos. The longest term, we are wanting to get some of this. So we're gonna need to do the things. That's gonna be probably another housing thing. To segregate our pops too. Oh, I'm messing up the alignments. It's much easier to see if there's like two things. I think it's 41. So there is the coal. We'll get this dug out eventually. Kind of awkwardly, like, right on the walkway. We might have to do some funny business here with the walkways to make the mines work the way that we want. I think this is the middle portion. Yeah, it is. That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. I mean, this looks right. We can't have a graveyards outside. Oh. Alright. So how are these guys doing? They are able to gather the stuff. Oh, we don't need to store grain here, though. Brewing, it looks like we're running out. I think the issue is the charcoal. And we are running out of ore, too. Was this degraded? It is degraded. We have a janitor now. Is janitor too far? This is a temporary solution, man. These aren't built out of mud, are they? Not like the real solution. Now gathering tourists, because we have over 500. Mission accomplished. We have over 500 pops. Don't know why the tourists would come, but they're coming. Lord, are they coming? Just gonna enable all these. I think that makes some of this more straightforward for us. And we'll dig out some of these. That we think we're gonna be harvesting stone from. So we'll need some form of storage over here. This is like the epicenter of a few things. So maybe we dig into the mountain here. Some roads going. And the housing, I suppose. Don't know if the dwarves hate that they don't have cave walls or they like it. Because they like noise. But what were we wanting? There was something tech-wise we wanted 500 for. Right, got it. So this has 55 workers between them. We might need more knowledge than that. I'm gonna have to get leather, so... Gonna maybe have to think about putting hunters down. And we want them on the edge of the map, so over here's would work. Here's far away, so I guess this is the best path to get to Hunter Town. I don't know if we build that far out, because we want to leave space for maybe some military stuff. I think we make a winding path also. This is a little bit inefficient. Maybe we're burning it. Are we too obsessed with diagonals? What if this is actually inefficient? Nothing is permanent, this is a temporary solution, basically. Actual truth. I think we made good progress today. Starting to get some various issues, maybe. Hypothermia. Do we not have enough hearths? Where are they dying of hypothermia? Kind of dying out here. They also might not have enough heating. Trying to accumulate this. Failing to accumulate that. Now we have a lot of people who are clay diggers. Trying to get to tools for that. Because that's actually what's throttling our innovation. So that should self-feed into it. Do have enough metal, though, to upgrade that. So we should get, from the higher level, quite a bit more innovation. Ideally. Innovation is climbing. So too will clay production. That's not degraded at all. This janitor is solving the issue. We're maybe gonna have a... We have a janitor here. And we have a janitor here. Maybe we try and place the janitor exactly halfway in between the two of them and place them like here or something. Along with some services. God, what if this is inefficient? I mean, it's really bad for... I guess it's bad for any sort of long distance thing, because long distance, the longer distance you have, the less relevant you're getting a diagonal is, right? Because you just want to go up and down. Or actually, if these were diagonal from each other, it'd be much better. Yeah. But the fact that they're straight up and down from each other, we maybe should have offset them a little bit more. Oh, we meant to offset them more. My bad. We meant to have this be 1 over. I guess this is kind of an okay spot, but... Now, well, you get to use tools here. And hopefully that gives us enough clay for this to just stay fully operational. Lab 2 is interesting. Looks like the Dondos have taken some of these jobs. Takes a lot of delivery men to do this. I think if we figure out where we want our 3rd place, we could place like a mega storage place in the middle of all of them. But what we want to be at least close to somewhat is coal. Oh, it's minus 20%. So these are the good deposits. Diagonal doesn't work either because you're still taking more time than full on diagonal. You're doing the strange serpentine between the hexagons then. You need main thoroughfares cutting into the hexagons IMO. I mean, I think if we were diagonal from it, it would work better. But what we could do is just create this massive road where it's just like 8 wide or something. I don't think that's the solution, but we could create like... Yeah, we actually, the thing to do is actually somehow have it be dual modular, where we take one area and we make a we make like a through road, yeah, just straight up and down. And it would probably be here, right? Although maybe not. And have some design where we don't have the road in between. Right? We have the hexagon, like, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Those 4 sides of the hexagon, and then the other 4 sides of the hexagon, but the middle is just a road that splits them down the middle. So we would need to accept that we would need dual modularity. And to be fair, they don't have to all be modular in the same way, right? Or, like, this would only affect the ones that are on the inside. But where we would want this, importantly, would be where we're shipping, like, large quantities of things. But the grain, we might have, like, a shipment like that. Oh, I don't like this. This hurts my brain. Also, we don't have much time left. Trying to show chat what we're thinking about here. Right? And then... 'Cause I don't even know how to do the middle. This is a placeholder. $44, it's not odd then. What is it, 20? And then we have a 4 wide road or something. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Something like this. Ah! No! We have to start over! Not like this! Geometry question. What is the length of a line from the middle of the hexagon to the middle of the other side of the hexagon? I don't know. The middle side of a hexagon to the middle of the other side of the hexagon. Split the hexagon with an X in the middle. But it's not, like, good for X shape. No, I mean, this is the solution. What is this monstrosity? This is... shield your eyes. So, like, some segments we could reuse. Like, on this side, we could reuse all the segments on the, like, edge. It's a square grid with fucked up sides? No, this is... You don't understand. You need to be able to go diagonally. You need to think bigger. Like, connect the corners in the middle of the hexagon? You lose too much space like that. If you're talking across, or like up and down, you're losing too much space for the underlying industries. The new EU5 update looks weird. Bottom left, top right, top left. It's just it's a problem, man. You can't, Maybe we could show it. I examined this before. Oh, well, this is a secondary issue. But yeah, it's not like actual diagonal. We would have to do like this. Make the hexagons bigger? You can't make the hexagons that much bigger because the amount of space that is efficient involves not having the ceilings be too... You can't have rooms bigger unless they're like double the size. Are they building market villages everywhere too? They're trying. We got a couple market villages. But like there's a... you look at it like anatomy. This is the spine. And there are some spine segments. Oh my god. You could always do bigger hexagons and then split them into triangle components. That's like what we did, man. That's like what we have. You can't split them into perfect triangles. We split the hexagons into triangle-ish quarters. The sides of your hexagons aren't equal in length. I don't want to hear it. They're doing their best, okay? This is ugly, this is ugly. No, but you need to have like thoroughfare rows and make it dual modular. So we need like 4 different types of factory or whatever. Because these hexagons perform spectacularly when the stuff's all close together. Like the hexagons are great here. Where like all the industries effectively get to be close to the stuff. And everyone's happy. You can split it diagonally, just overlay one hexagon on top of the other. You monster. Like this. Uncouth. This is the design he wants me to do, chat. You monster. You monster. Top right to top left corner. top right corner to top left corner. Top right corner to top left corner. Like this. You're still a monster. Never beating the allegations. This would be also the way to do it. Try turning the hexagons upside down. Alright, let's rotate them. Oh, you mean like this? I don't think that's what you meant. Here, let's rotate it twice, guys. Alright, it's upside down. And continue the line down. Wait, you do mean like this? You mean like this. But like, have the line continue all the way through. So have the 3x3. I don't know about that, man. Someone's just trying to get me to... Chat's trying to debate me into making Link's, like, triangle power thing. This is a monstrosity. Not modular at all. Look at it. No, I'd rather not. Disgusting. I can't even tell how to expand this thing. Are we just linking a bunch of these things together? Get it linking? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Guys, we're linking them together. Guys? Guys? Where'd all my friends go? Some people just want to watch the world burn. This is what you want? There's no up and down lines, dog. And there's so much road. Overall road density is freaking enormous. Perfectly modular. Perfectly, how about not? There's so much more road density. There's like so many roads. This is not it, my guy. Also, you gotta figure out what you're gonna do with all those triangles. Holy shit. Those triangles are like so bad for building anything in. I just got like hard debated. Just can't put any industry in there. It's like services only. Make the triangles bigger. Get rid of the innermost triangle. That would be the way to do it. Get rid of the innermost triangle. Make it a big triangle. Pentagons are superior. Did we get tricked into making a pentagon? No, we got tricked into like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got tricked into making a less symmetrical hexagon and then making a triangle in the middle is what happened here. Yeah, The team, we're gonna make less symmetric freaking triangles. Also, making one structure this big a triangle is gonna have a huge, like, ceiling sag in the middle. Services only? You can put the houses in this thing either. Yeah, how the hell are you gonna stagger the houses, dude? Like, what is this? You're gonna do, like... Actually, it kind of does work. It works if you do, like... type of thing. Oh, Chad, he's gonna make me hexagon. I don't think it's good. Why are hexagons meta? Well, diagonals are good relative to just up and down, right, left. But really, you want diagonals and up, down, right, left. But the problem is like, as you... I gotta go real soon. As you do this type of thing... Yeah? You encounter difficulties because you are wanting to have particular shapes. Alright, let's just do it the old-fashioned way. The thick lines were not helping us. Okay, now you need to make modular industries in the triangle. And the triangles are really ass shapes, because the tips of the triangles suck for doing anything in. And this... reduces, it softens and blunts the tips of all these triangles, man. Because you don't want to just modular together a bunch of these. Now, you can make the triangles way bigger, but the problem is if you make the triangles way bigger than this, yes, if walls are 7 wide, then they don't need much support. And what we have is mostly 7 wide, so we only need to lose 4 to supports. If you make something way bigger, you start needing way more supports. And so long and thin is better from the perspective of shapes. For avoiding ceiling maintenance, and a triangle is like the opposite of like long and wide. Put a circle where the triangle tips touch. No, we're just trying to enrage generalists. Stream. I'll just make the inner triangles modular. We could reduce it to squares. Is that what you mean? Like this. I think chat is just trying to make me, like, upset. So just say we have triangles at home, and these are the triangles at home. This actually could work. You still have a bunch of triangles, though. You're still not a fan of it. And also, diagonal is just worse for the way buildings work. You would prefer squares, like, not rotated. I see, does not get it. So the length of a line, if you have to travel up and then to the right, is way longer. A squared plus B squared equals C squared, right? The hypotenuse is less distance than the length of these two. Like, doing this is like 80 whatever steps, and doing a diagonal, yeah, is less. It's representing it in the box thing. Why not big square? God damn it. Went grids at the very beginning to hexagons to triangles, now we're back to squares. This is terrible. Actual worst. No, I think it's definitely not this. Someone was smoking when they did this. I think it's like some permutation where you like have... So you're getting through streets, left, right through streets, where you have housing. I think you like have to super city plan ahead of time where you're gonna have housing sectors, and then like the highway sectors, and you make it so that you're never that far from a up, down, left, right, but you also maintain a lot of diagonals. Just do egg-shaped like your head? Not like this. I'm gonna have... We're never getting true hexagon, just like we're never getting Italy. Damn it. When will it ever end? It'll never end. Okay, but we did get over 500 pops. I think we will take our pause here and wrap up the stream. We'll see if anyone is streaming EU5. I assume that generally my audience is more EU5 oriented. Actually, maybe we raid Grubby. What's he playing? Okay, he's playing some random game. T90 might be fun for people.
It can't be that many, so
let's throw him a raid. He will probably not notice us, but that's okay. This is Age of Empires 2. We will also link it to the YouTubers. There is a regicide of Rumble. So, we will say goodbye to the YouTubers and to the Twitchers.